Hey everybody, how are we doing tonight? give me a give me a thumbs up in the live chat if you can hear me loud and clear. Or if Ron Johnson is here, he always likes to say Lima Charlie. All right, cool. Sounds like everything's good. So you all see the description. I don't know if the camera is going to do it justice, but hopefully you can. Yeah, no, you should be able to see how swollen my hand is from whatever the hell bit me last night. You can pretty much see the inflammation like right around here. I've got some cortisone on it right now to keep it from itching so I don't scratch it. And it's difficult for me to squeeze my hand because then the inflammation there obviously stretches my skin, so it kind of prevents me from actually having a decent grip on the cue. But I did shoot a couple of balls before tonight's live stream, so I think it's fine. Trevor, you think it might be a brown recluse spider? I seriously doubt that. I'm just very allergic to bug bites. I've had stuff like this happen before. When like if I get bit on my arm or something, because I also have a bite like right here that kind of inflamed as well. But this one's not as bad as my hand. But I mean, I don't know. If it was a spider bite, I would expect to see fang marks, like like fang indentions in my hand, and I don't see that. I just seem to think that this might just be like just a single bug bite, whether it's a mosquito or whatever. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. But like I said, it itches a little bit, but other than that, it's fine. But definitely have to keep an eye on it to make sure it doesn't get out of hand. Out of hand, no pun intended. But yeah, so I'm gonna try to play tonight. I am still super exhausted. I actually like stayed in bed until close to 12 p.m. I mean, y'all have seen I've been super exhausted. I've been working late. I even put in some hours today with work, along with doing some other things prior to even getting ready for tonight's live stream. So even when I have a day off, I don't have a day off, or I haven't had a day off. So times have just been busy. Let's see. Yeah, so you can see there's Zelda. I don't think he's pretty much been in here all day since I've had the garage door open. So I don't know if he's gonna be walking around or when the balls start banging around if that's gonna startle him or not to get out of the chair. But he's just pretty much been perched up right over there. But yeah, this doesn't appear to affect my shooting, or at least, excuse me, it doesn't affect my straight pool shooting since I don't really have to hit the ball all that hard. I'd be curious if it's going to affect any of my breaks because I do have BCA 8 ball tomorrow. Excuse me, but we'll see. Well, I like I said, I just have to keep my eye on it, make sure that it doesn't get any worse. I am trying to make sure that I don't scratch it or anything, and probably after tonight, I'll probably take some Benadryl or whatever to help with the any itching sensation that I have. All right, so let's go down the line and see who's all in here because I see there's plenty of people already here. So if I missed your name or anything, I do apologize. Let's see. I got Ken J17. He's predicting my 50 tonight. I hope I can get into the 50s today. That would at least be a nice milestone to reach. Eddie Jackson, you're wanting to know where I'm from? I will just tell you Central Texas. Mr. Edit One, how's it going, man? Daniel Champagne. I already mentioned Trevor Simpson, Bob Kemp, Anthony Wisenant, Rick Ward, Thomas Monrad, Earl Lanson. I hope I said that correctly. Dusty Tables, Rashad, Mike Martinez, Wayne Burba. Good to see you. Chuck Bergoli, MHF 1979, Ron from Russian Crush Gaming, Sherwood Elkind, Ryan Rep, Bang Time Pool. How's it going, man? think I've mentioned these names before. Alan Williams. I don't think it was a B. I don't think there's a. If it was a B, I would know there's. Or if there was a B in my house, I would know there's a B in my house. Jacob from World of Pool and Billiards. How's it going? My current record is 48, so I'm hoping to bust into the 50s tonight if I can. Oh, I just saw the cat move. All right, cool. Faison Ahmed and Trash Panda Gaming. Where you going? Are you gonna stick around? All right. Well, whatever. So yeah. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and let's just go ahead and get started. Let's see how this stuff is gonna play out for tonight, and then after the break, we'll see if anybody has any questions. Oh, why is the score still up? Close that. See if anybody has any questions that I can answer for them. So I'm starting to get to the point to where, like I said, if I can get out of the first rack more often, I'm going to consider that to be really great progress. Because really, you would almost think as long as I can get the rack to be in a solved state, then relying on my cue ball execution to be able to finish the rack should be okay. I would hope that it's not that difficult. So really, the only, well, I won't say the only, the biggest showstopper to any of my runs should be the break ball, like making the break ball and then getting a decent spread. So like when I look at this rack here, or this layout, I should say, this is probably going to be my break ball, more than likely. I got to think like what's a good ball to use as a key ball to set up for it. Could be the 15. Could be the 9. And then I don't think I'm going to go any further than that as far as like pattern plays. But now what are my issues? Well, technically these two are issues because they're below the side pockets. So these are considered down table balls, and I can get rid of them almost immediately right now because it looks like I can shoot the 15. But then the 2 and the 14 are kind of issues because they're along the rails. Any balls that are usually along the rails are difficult balls to deal with, especially since I have to move the 14 ball before I can shoot the 2 ball, which I have an opportunity to do right now. I also have to move the 8 ball before I can shoot the 9 ball, which I can probably have an opportunity to do that right after shooting the 14 ball. I think after that, everything looks rather okay. So it's a matter of if I can clean this area up and then clean these 2 balls up, then I'll be in what's referred to as end pattern mode, where I'm going to want to try to run the remaining balls on the table in a very particular pattern if my cue ball execution allows me to do that to the point to where I get to my break ball, and then hopefully get into the next rack. So that's my analysis of this first layout. So let's see what I can do with it. So when they always talk about having a loose grip on the cue, well, I certainly have a loose grip right now. It's actually a lot looser than what I'm used to. I feel like I'm kind of just cradling my cue in my hand right now. So not really the best of grips. But if I can make it work, that's all that matters. Actually didn't mean to draw that back like that. All right, I need to prioritize this guy. So let's go ahead and do that. Mistakes were made. little too far down on this 15 ball. Would have liked to have been right here. That way I can shoot the 15 in, get my cue ball right here for the 2 ball. All right, so that takes care of the 2 ball really. The question is do I want to take it out now or kind of work on something else? Because really, at this point, I should be in end pattern mode. I've got, what, 6 balls left on the table, so I should already try to decide a very particular order that I'm going to run, that I would attempt to run these in. And I've already lost all my key balls, really, because I said what? I said the 15 ball and the 9 ball, those are gone. So I have to use a different key ball to get on my 12 for the next rack. So as long as I can maintain that 12 ball, I should be in pretty good shape. Got to be a little careful here. Slow down. Slow down. I mean, this will work. This is always nice that on the first attempt, I make it to the second rack. So it's like we start the night off on a good foot, good note. But this is what, if I can do this on a regular basis, like this to me is what would make like decent stream attempts, because what should really kill my run is what I'm about to try to do right now. Right? Like this is going to kill any run. You're right. This is like common. Like, how am I going to hit this break ball? How am I going to spread the rack open? How am I going to have a shot after this shot? Like, these are all the things that I would have to try to watch out for. So now I've got a giant mess to deal with. The 1 ball, a really good ball to use for the next rack if I'm able to maintain it. So when I look at this, I mean, obviously I got to figure out how to deal with this, right? So how do I deal with this and not disturb the 1 ball? That's going to be the dilemma. Now I might be able to get to the 7, and that allows me to get to the 4 ball. And if I basically put my cue ball right around where the 7 is, I can back cut the 4 into this corner pocket and drive the cue ball into this and open it up, hoping that maybe the 10 ball would still be a shot for me. So that might be the approach that I take on this, if I can do it. So I'm going to want the cue ball to come off the rail, but I want to stay parallel with the 4 ball if I can. Kind of like this. I don't want to start doing this because then I got to draw the ball into the cluster. I got to be careful how I shoot this guy. All right, let's see if I can get this to work. Okay, a little bit of a mess to still clean up. Plus, I've created another problem, which is way down there. I got to get this 8 out of the way so that way I can shoot the 6, but I'm at least still able to currently maintain my 1 ball. The 2 ball might even be a decent break ball, so I have backups. So now I have to ask myself, when am I going to come down here to deal with this guy? I could possibly do it now off the 10. But right now I'm also in a good position to clear the 8, so that way I can make the 6 later. And then still, what the heck am I going to do here? No matter, like, I don't see a way for me to break this apart and not disturb this guy. That's gonna be a difficult task for me, I think. So one question I can ask myself is, do I want to try to break it up right now using the 10 ball? I mean, I am risking. Well, actually, I'm risking a lot if I do that. I don't know if I'm going to have a shot afterwards. I could possibly shoot the 9 now. That frees up the 15. The 15 ball also goes here, which means I have to move the 2. Like there's all these different options that I start looking at, all the while still thinking about what the heck am I going to do with the 13 ball. But this really has me puzzled right now as to what should I do. Yeah, because I think trying to break it up now with the 10 ball, I'd have to hope that I still have a shot maybe at this guy. And that's a lot of hoping, I think. Because if I clip the 1 ball, or if I clip the 11 ball here, I disturb my break ball, which I don't want to do. And if I clip it over here, I just come right into these balls, and I'm probably not going to have a shot. All right, so this is where I have to start deciding maybe I should switch to my 2 ball, because the 1 ball obviously serves as a good ball to break to separate these two. Or I think if I just shoot the 1 ball in, I might be able to just shoot the 11 in without disturbing the 3. Because otherwise, if I tried to shoot the 2 in and broke these apart, what could it's a big could. What could happen is if I run into these, the 3 ball replaces the 1 ball, and the 1 ball gets pushed further over to the side rail, and then the 11 comes just a little bit closer to the to the 10 ball. That might be a thing, but we're still unsure. But at this point, I need to decide, is that what I'm going to do? Because from here, I might be able to get position on the 2 where I can attempt to do that. And I've got plenty of insurance balls that should hopefully, now that I think about it, I should have shot the 10. That way I don't have to worry about the 11 and the 10 tying up. But if I attempt to break up the 3 and the 11 with using the 2 ball, I should have plenty of insurance balls to still shoot at. But the more I think about it, I should have moved the 10, and I didn't. Ooh. Okay. Don't like what I just did there. Okay, so now I can kind of risk breaking it up with the 10 ball. These are now insurance balls since I've cleaned up this area, and this is still an insurance ball. So this could be a thing. I can certainly try it. Whoops. Or I can just mess it all up. Not enough outside spin. So I guess now that means I have to use my 2 ball. But I don't like this now because the 3 starts to run into the 2 ball. But then maybe the 3 becomes the new break ball. That might be the way to look at it. Oh, unless of course I miss and I foul. I double hit the cue ball. So that's a decent opening run. 14 plus 6 plus 9, right? 3, 6, 9. So that's a 23. That's a decent start. I think I just over adjusted on the 11 ball since I hit it too flat. It's a very common thing to do, especially when the shots are so close. All right, let's try this again. So I would hope that I pretty much should be able to just repeat the first rack. This break has been usually going well for me doing this shot. So, I mean, not bad. The 4 and the 15 are decent break balls. I kind of like the 4 ball better because it's just a little bit farther away from the rack. Here's an issue. I mean, not really an issue, but balls that are up, it's easier to play half table pool, right? When you don't have to worry about going up and down the table. And the 13 ball is a bit of an issue because it blocks my 6 and my 8. And the the window that I have there is really small. So really, what I'd like to do is to be able to maneuver through this rack and try to not bump into anything if I can, because that's another thing I'm notorious for doing is bumping into balls when I shouldn't. Sometimes the bumps are intentional. But sometimes they shouldn't be. Like if I shoot the 12, I can see that I'm going to bump into either the 10 or the 15. So that would be intentional if I went for that shot. But it might not be a bad idea to bump into either of them, really. And in regards to the 8 and the 13, I mean, I have kind of a combo that's not too difficult. So that would be something for me to think about. Unless I land right in the window between the 6 and the 8. Okay, so I think that's enough of analysis. Let's see, what is my opening shot going to be? What should my opening shot be? Hmm. right? So that's an intentional bump, obviously. All right. So I'm really trying to prioritize how I'm going to deal with this. Like almost to the point where I feel like banking the 13 if I don't want to play the combo. But actually, I see something. Let's see if I can make this happen. So I play this, give me this off-cut angle on the 14 to see if I can bring my cue ball into this and open it up a little bit. Kind of like that. So that helps a little bit. Should I go ahead and move the 13? I really don't like where my cue ball ended up, even though it did a good thing, but I don't like this position here because where the cue ball goes after that is questionable. Okay, so this becomes a good thing. Now it's a matter of do I enter end pattern mode right now? Maybe I should. So I got to think like, or maybe I should solve this first before I go into end pattern mode. Still keeping my options open. You can see I haven't touched the 4 or the 15 as to which one's going to be my break ball. So that's a good thing. Really don't like that I did that. I was trying to get position on the 7 ball. Because this is where I get to a point where what Bob was referring to as killing off my soldiers. But I see a pattern here that's okay to solve this. All right. So this definitely should be end pattern mode as far as I'm concerned. I shoot the 1 ball, and then what am I going to do with the last 5 remaining balls? And actually, the fact that I left the 6 and the 2 is probably a mistake because those are balls that are on the rail. I probably should have dealt with them before I got to this point. The more I think about it. This makes things interesting. All right, I can live with that. It's an unintentional bump, but I can live with that. I got to be super careful with this shot here because I can really ruin things. All right. Don't really like what I'm going to have to do here just to try to maintain this 4-ball, but I've got no choice. I'm going to stun deep over to that corner pocket and then try to spin into break ball position. Come on. A little bit more. And we'll make that work. Now, I think I'm right on the line because I'm not exactly on the outside of the parallel shot, because if you remember, if anybody was here when shortstop Bob, or shortstop Bob, why do I keep saying that? Bob from shortstop on pull said that when you look at the parallel line, you look at the parallel line from the ghost ball. So if the ghost ball is here, if I were to make a parallel line with the rail here, it's like I'm just about on it. So if I was over here a little bit more, then I would try to use topspin to try to barrel my way through the rack. If I'm over on this side, then I would have to draw into the rack. But since I'm kind of right on it, I might be able to just stun my way into the rack. But I got to make sure that I don't stun right off the 6 and then just go right into the corner pocket, because I think that's what happened to me last time. So I can hit this one firm like I've done before. A little bit of bottom spin because I want to hopefully like bounce right off the rack. Oh, unless, of course, I just missed the whole shot. Doggone it. And that's what's most frustrating about this game. Like, I did all that work getting through that rack, maintaining everything, and then I just blow the next break shot. That is what makes this game so frustrating, to put in all that work to get to the end of the rack and then just blow the opening shot of the next rack. All right, here we go again. All right, well, only one down table ball to deal with. The 5, 10, and the 7, and then a 3-ball clutter. Probably thinking that my 11 ball is probably the best break ball. It's a little bit behind the rack. I'd be running into the 4th and 5th row if I decided to use it. So now maybe I should try to solve these balls that are on the rail. It looks like I can use the 8 ball since the 8 ball passes the 11, but I also got to move the 13 ball just to make sure that I can have a shot at the 8. The 13 ball is kind of blocked in all directions. So this makes things a little harder. Does the 15 ball pass the 2? It does not, because if it did, then I don't have to worry about breaking it apart. I can just shoot the 8, play position on the 15, blah, blah, blah. But didn't quite work out that way. Didn't quite work out that way. No, I don't like the position that I did give myself on the 10 ball. The 10 ball is supposed to be the next ball. but I really don't like this position that I put myself in. Think. What do we want to do? I mean, I can obviously still shoot it. You won't be seeing me shoot left-handed tonight because this is a left-handed shot. I have to stretch. Clearly, I can't use my right hand as a bridge right now. What is the best way to deal with this? Like, I almost feel like shooting the 8-ball. I'll have to come up with something else to break those open. Because really, my cue ball needs to be about right here if I want to shoot the 8-ball and break those 3 open, plus have a bunch of insurance balls. All right. Actually, no. Go with the first plan. Whoops. Mistakes have been made. Now I don't have a choice. I was trying to get position on the 5, but I fell short. So now what do I do? Crap. Oh. Okay. Oh, man. All right. Well, so like stuff like that, that's what I don't want happening. Like everything was going according to plan, but then of course, I just miss. Position on the 15. It looks like, let me just get everything out of the way. Nope, the 8-ball's in the rack. I'd have to bump the 8-ball a little bit just to get it away from the rack. Maybe I could have turned the 8-ball into a break ball. All right. But if I get that far into the rack and like I'm actually putting the cue ball where I want it to be, then I shouldn't be missing shots that I'm purposely setting myself up for. I'm more understanding if I because y'all hear me when I tell you that I got out of line or like something's not going according to plan, and so I'm in recovery mode. If I miss a shot while I'm in recovery mode, I can accept that. All right, so this is a little bit better. We got nothing down here. I don't consider the 5-ball to be down here. We've got this mess here. This is a good break ball. Got to get this guy out of the way, which probably means he has to be shot down here. Well, let's go ahead and get rid of this guy because then we're truly just playing half table pool. All right. Like I said, now we're just playing half table pool. Wanted to get closer to that side pockets because my shot on the 4-ball is what I was going for. It looks like I can still make it work. It's just, never mind. I don't like it at all. I feel like I'm gonna scratch in the corner if I shoot this. I can avoid the scratch, but then I risk disturbing my break ball. So ideally, I wanted to be about right here because then I can push forward and I'll have a shot at the 2, kind of break those 3 up. So that didn't quite go according to plan. So if I hit this, I think I'm going to hit that 13 ball. Man. And of course, I can try to be extra precise, but miss. What is that? 6, 8. That's a 7. Oh, what am I coming back to? Boss Man, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Thank you for ensuring that my subscription was public, and here's a reward. Hey, you're welcome, man. No problem at all. No problem at all. I know a lot of people start to learn about that whole subscription list being public thing. And sometimes it can be a little cryptic on how to do that. So I'm always happy to help. Always happy to help. Let's see, did I reset? I didn't reset. So this is probably the break that I'm going to be sticking to all night. I mean, it's the break that seems to work best for me. So why change it? All right, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Okay, so we got down table balls. That's a problem. Clutter here, but the 11 ball does go. 2 ball is probably the break ball. Let's see here. I guess let's go ahead and save these or take care of these up table balls. Ooh, I did not mean to hit that one that hard, but okay. I'm blaming on my hand. And that one I didn't hit hard enough. Wanted to get position on the 3 ball, but that didn't work out. Oh, made it worse. Made it worse. All right, but I do have opportunities to open it up. So I think I should be fine. I think. Question is when am I going to open it up? I got to do it here soon. That's for sure. I do feel like shooting this 15 on the side, not the easiest of shots. Oh, why? I did not think I was. It didn't really hurt the 2 ball because as long as the 9 ball goes over on this side, and it does. So like the 2 ball is a little bit better since it's now a little bit down into the rack, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So I just got to get the 9 out of the way. Well, whatever. Thought I actually hit that pretty good. Might have to do this 2-9 combo, and then who knows what I'm doing after that. And the 2-9 combo is not wired either. Ah, I got position on the 5 though, and I would have to just come up with something after that. So that's a 9. So this is where things easily spiral out of control once one thing goes wrong. And that's where you all hear me say that my pattern selection is still, in my opinion, the weakest point in this game. Ooh. Oh, the joys of using a regular rack. That didn't open up at all. Let's see here. Well, at least I'm playing half table pool. 5 ball is probably my break ball. The 3 ball is a good ball to try to set up for, but how am I going to clean this up? That's my priority, is figuring out how to clean this up. That was dumb. Come on. Dang, thought I hit you harder than that. Okay, I blocked my 5 ball, but the 10 ball came loose as well. So that's kind of good. It doesn't matter if I don't have a shot. Oh. $15 ball. All right, so man, do I risk trying to intentionally bump into the 7 without touching the 5? That's kind of what I want to do, and I think I'm okay to do that. I mean, otherwise I can just shoot the 9 and see what comes up next, because I don't think I'm going to be able to get over here to shoot the 7 over here. Like, I don't see a route that allows me to do that. Yeah, I think I'm sold on this. Okay. Not entirely sure if I should be in pattern mode right now, because well, I guess I should be. I got a lot of tight movements that I got to do here. I almost instinctively switched to my left hand. But we're going to use our trusty extension. Okay. What ball do I want to use to set up for the 5? I probably should have had this figured out long before I even got here. Kind of like that. Not bad. Not bad at all. I like it. All right. So I'm a little... Yeah, this is almost the same shot where like I'm right on the... I think I'm right on the parallel line, but do I really want to stun into this? I don't think so. I'm not sure. Gonna try another firm hit though. But let's hope I make the darn ball this time. All right. Definitely gonna have to make do with that for sure. Oh, something just popped in my leg or my hip. Trying to figure out how to shoot this. Okay, so really I need to try to study this. 10 ball is really good. Just a lot of crap for me to clean up. That's for sure. So like I can shoot the 8 now, and that kind of helps. I probably should go ahead and do that. Let's see if I can get the 8 in the side. Okay, that helps clean up the 10, or the 10 is prepared, I should say. The 9 ball might be the ball I use to set up for it. This is definitely an issue, for sure. I'm going to figure out how I'm going to deal with that. Oh, I'm going to ruin a lot of things by doing what I just did. Wow, I did not think I was going to touch the 4 ball because I was going to try to break that apart. Well, that means I have to try to turn my 15 ball into a break ball. Man, I just screwed things up royally by doing that. That stinks. Maybe I can turn the 2 ball into a break ball as well. Ah, gosh, I cannot believe I did that. Cannot believe I did that. All right, well, we're in a position now where we can go down table. So let's go ahead and take care of that. This is where things start to easily spiral out of control. Oh, tried to clip that one ball, missed. If I'd have clipped the one ball would become the break ball and just push the 15 out of the way. That's at least what I was trying to do. Oh man, this is where things start to get really hard. It's the same thing. Man. Even that was bad. All right. Boy, oh, man, I maintained that as best I could. Was that a second rack? Am I really on the third rack? Am I really on the third rack on that one? Or on this one? Or did I forget to reset? No, yeah, because I had that similar stun shot. That's right. No. This is the third rack. This is the third rack. All right, same thing because actually now I'm a little on the outside of the angle now, so I think this is where I kind of have to draw the ball a little bit. Because otherwise the cue ball just sticks like that. Ugh. Come on. I don't deserve this. Man, I do not deserve this. Seriously. Well, the only thing that I'm seeing that's a little outlandish, don't really know if it's even going to work, is that 12 ball off the 5. I don't see anything else. I mean, I got the 1-8 combo, but I mean, I don't know. 12 ball, corner pocket. Ah, oh well. Like I said, this I'm okay with. Like this is what I would rather stop my runs. Is I don't get a decent break or whatever. Like this is what should be stopping my runs, not me missing silly shots. So I guess I should have just really drew that ball because I only put a little bit of bottom spin. So like I'm gonna have to start remembering that. I guess when I see shots like that where I am gonna draw it, to go ahead and like maybe draw to the head rail and then come back towards the middle of the table. That's probably gonna be the best thing for me. But hey, like I said, the all things considered, especially with my right hand being the way that it is, I really like the way that I'm shooting right now. Just want to keep this up and get a nice score. Ew. Seriously. Ew, this is god awful. Straight in on the 2 if I decide to shoot the 2. I can't really do anything else. I don't even know if I can see this 9 ball. And the 9 ball is a good break ball. But if I'm straight in on this 2 and I'm elevated over the 4, I'm not transitioning to another ball. Yeah, so I have to see if I can squeeze through this 1 in the 8. This is a tight window. So maybe now I have to try to use my 10 ball to fix everything. Not sure yet. So I hope everybody notices at least one very common thing that I've been doing. I'm not forcing anything to happen. And I'm really trying to allow that to translate into my other games, like 9 ball, 8 ball, with the way that I maneuver the cue ball around nowadays. It's been working pretty well for me for 8 ball, and not so much in 9 ball because there's still a couple of times in 9 ball where I have to like really move the cue ball. But I'm trying to keep my shots here fairly smooth. Crap, I don't like this. Whoops. This is gonna get risky. Unless I can see enough of that 10 ball. Okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell if a ball's actually in the way or not. Crap. Don't know if I'm gonna touch that 13 ball first. Ah, that's what I thought. Wow, I should have called. I should have called the 1 ball. I mean, I played position for that 8 ball because I thought it was makeable. So I don't get a point for that 1 ball. That means there's 5 left on the table. So that's a 10. Because the other alternative was to eventually, well, not eventually, but I needed to get position on the 1 ball so that way I can break open the 8 and the 13. Alrighty then. Oh, this is unfortunate. I'm going to bump into something. Oh, you miss it right when you hit the cue ball. Oh, 3. Was that 4, 7? That's an 8. But really, like that's. I don't even think that was the mistake. It was my pattern selection that led up to that point. I think everybody at least saw that I was trying to maintain the 2 ball. Oh, that was unintentional, but at least it didn't hurt anything. That was not intentional at all. I was trying to get position for these guys. I don't know what the heck this was all about. Looks like I'm going to get plenty of use out of this thing. But you can also see how useful this tool is. Fits on any cue, really, because it kind of just squeezes around the butt of the cue. Oh, overstroke. Even that was overstroked. Jeez. Well, that goes to show you one of the things I was talking about. Like if your stroke is nice and smooth, you don't really have to worry about power. You ensure that you're actually hitting the cue ball where you want to hit the cue ball, and the action just speaks for itself. Like the cue ball moves a little bit farther than you actually expect. Hopefully the if the audio is doing my stroke justice, like I'm not hitting the cue ball hard, but I can get it to move like that. Oh, I cannot believe I missed that. I didn't even get the shape that I wanted. The 2 ball was going to be the ball that I used. Cut it down here and get position on the 6. I can't believe I missed that. I must have taken my eye off the ball. Jesus. How many attempts am I on? 9. Okay. All right, so we look at this and we don't really see a decent break ball. The 7 ball, maybe the 7 ball. I probably would like to bump into it and push it a little further away from the rack. A little bit of an issue that I got to solve here with the 4 and the 8. Other than that, I think everything looks A-okay. Don't think I really see any big issues. How exactly am I going to solve? I might have to use the 11 to solve these guys, which means I need to try to get over here as soon as I can just to set up for this. That way I'm not killing off all my soldiers. Does that mean I take the 14 now? Try to go past the 2? Well, not quite. That kind of messed things up a bit. Okay, let's be careful here. That's not being careful. I was trying to get position for the 9 on the side. All right, so that fixes that. Now it's that took a lot of shots just to do that. Now we're still trying to figure out if that 7 ball. I need to move that either the 7 or the 10. I need to move the 7 or the 10, and I might be able to develop a decent break ball. None of these are decent at the moment. And I just made that worse. I was actually hoping to bump into the 10 ball. Like that's what I was trying to do, was bump into the 10 ball. And I blew that one. Now that, I just made the 7 ball a break ball. So now, crap. Oh, yep. Okay, let's see here. Should I have let it go forward a little bit? No, I think I should be fine. Nope, I should have let the cue ball go forward a little bit. All right. All right, because that's going to be thinner than I would like. But we're going to make it work. We're going to make it work. We're going to attempt to make it work. All right. So primary focus is to make the shot because I'm automatically running into the rack. I don't have to worry about that. I just hope I get a shot afterwards. Okay. No decent break ball. Maybe I can turn the 6 into 1. And I got that line 3-1 in the 5 that I got to fix. Lots of work to do on this one. Lots of work to do on this one. This is not going to be easy, for sure. Ooh, do I attempt to draw into the 1 just to push it away from the 3? What ball am I going to be able to shoot at if I do that? Nothing. So maybe that's not the best of ideas. So maybe I should just make the 5. Or should I just deal with these 2 right now? Yeah, maybe I should. Deal with these 2, and then I got to solve this. Okay, the question still remains, do I draw into that 1 ball? Just, am I going to have a shot afterwards? Or do I just make it and deal with the 1 ball by itself? I missed. Oh, gosh. Come on. 6. 9. That's a 6. Oh, I was in the next rack. I totally forgot. So that's a 20. So a few more attempts. I know I'm already on 10 attempts, but I'm still feeling pretty good with all these attempts, and I want to see if I got a few more attempts in me before I actually feel like taking a break. Chat with everybody, see how everybody's doing. Are y'all ready for the weekend? Well, what do you mean ready for the weekend? The weekend's already here. Is everybody having a pleasant weekend? Because aside from my hand being swollen and having to actually work today, I can at least say, like, right now, that I'm enjoying my straight pull performance. Could be better, could be worse. Whoops. That was probably not the smartest of decisions. But we recovered. Trying to think. I guess I need to keep that 10 ball. It's not the greatest of break balls. It's either that or the 13. Well, now the 5 ball is really good too. And I might be able to improve the 10. Nope, I missed the 10. So it might be the 5 ball. Hmm. Not sure how I feel about this. Really not sure how I feel about this. All right. So that's at least one of the fun parts in the game is like when you don't have a break shot, can you create one? And then of course use it. All right. I'm on the outside angle. I honestly do not know if this is a shot that I'm supposed to follow into because I'm so close to the rack. I'm going to try to draw this. So I'm going to think that I made the right choice. All right, so the one ball looks really good. One problem ball up table, and then a small problem right here that I might be able to solve with the two ball. All right. So got to deal with this guy. I actually don't like the position that I'm in right now. Like, I really don't. Mm. Man. All right. Not entirely sure how I feel about that one. Oh, I guess I can make this work. I was hoping to get flat on the 14 ball. Oh, gosh. Whatever. Ah, man. Not quite. I thought I hit it hard enough. I didn't want to hit it too hard because I didn't want my shot to be too thin. But I didn't hit it hard enough at all. Sheesh. I thought I could slide right off that 10 ball, but I guess not. Anybody see a shot? I'll take anything at this point. All right, give me a minute to look around. I'm going to see if I can find something. I don't see anything. Anything at all. All right, so what happens if I look at this? 6 ball, corner pocket. Oh, I missed the 8 altogether. If I'd have back cut the 8, maybe I would have had a chance. Ah, so much for that. I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and take a break on that note. Whew. All right. Well, look at my average. That's actually pretty good. all things considered. Talking about 3 or 11 attempts, 6 basically almost half of the attempts I got out of the first rack. So I can't really complain about that. So, grand total, 6 times I did not get out of the first rack, 3 times I got to the second rack, and 2 times I got to the third rack. So, can't really complain about that. Grand total of 18 racks altogether that have actually been played, for a total of 252 balls had I not missed, but I did pocket at least 170 of them with a 67% pocket percentage, averaging 15 balls an attempt. So that's actually really good. Whew. All right, let's see here. How's everybody doing? I got 111 of y'all in here. This is awesome. Or actually, I don't know which number do I believe. I see 120 and then I see 109. I got over 100 of y'all in here. How's everybody doing? Let's see here. Chris Witten. You were wondering that you were top straight pull by an old man, and he had always played, if you put the cue ball in the rack, you get ball in hand in the kitchen, and it's still your turn. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. If there's like a number of scenarios that actually happen when when the when you get down to the last ball in the cue ball. So like if the cue ball is inside of the rack, when you shoot the 14th ball, before you re-rack the 14 balls, you do get ball in hand in the kitchen. So that's actually a strategy that would actually come into play. So for example, let me at least give you a scenario where that makes sense. Imagine if you had a ball right here So imagine if this was your ending layout, like this. So what happens is if the 15th ball is in the rack, it'll get spotted to the foot spot. So in this case here, I have two options. I can either shoot the 3 ball and get position for this ball that I know is going to come down here. Rack the 14 balls up, try to shoot the ball into one of these corner pockets, and then flare the cue ball and come back and break the rack again. Or I can do this. I can pocket this ball. The cue ball is now in the rack. So I get cue ball in hand in the kitchen, where I'm more than likely going to want to play something like this. Because when I rack the balls back up, I can try to shoot the 3 ball into the side pocket and drive the cue ball into the rack. That is a legit strategy that I've only had it come up on me maybe a couple of times, and I overlook it. I completely forget that that's a strategy that I can actually play. But even in in an actual match in a 2-player game, like that is a thing. You can actually do that. And I think if I I don't remember exactly, but I think if both the cue ball and the object ball or the last ball is in the rack, then the entire rack just gets racked and you get ball in hand in the kitchen. And then there's some goofy stuff like I think if the 15th ball is on the foot spot or is on the head spot, then the cue ball and the cue ball is in the rack, then I think the cue ball will go to the center spot, I think. And if the cue ball stops on the head spot and the 15th ball is in the rack, then the 15th ball will go to the center spot or something like that. I don't exactly know all the particulars. There's only like a few of them because that I remember off the top of my head because they're the ones that come up the most often, at least in my high run attempts. But that's how you would want to use that strategy of putting the cue ball in the rack. So it really just depends on the scenario that you have. You know the balls that are still on the table. So it just depends. Let's see here. Gotta love these spam bots. Rod Chambers, you're asking me what extension am I using? Yeah, close up on this. I think you can find this guy on Amazon. This is what it looks like. So it basically fits any butt of the cue. This is not like an extension where you can screw it into the butt of the cue like with Predator extensions or Lucassi's or whatever. The butt of the cue actually goes in here, and then when you start tightening it, then there's a plastic piece that starts to this little plastic piece that starts to stick out starts to squeeze onto the butt of the cue, and then when it comes back inside, then it loosens it. So that's how you'd actually fit. And this one here actually extends even farther. So it's basically a universal type of extension. Can you try to use draw with right spin on your last break? MHF 1979 on my last break. Well, didn't I draw the ball on the last break? The side spin really isn't going to help anything when it goes into the rack. The side spin is only really going to help if the cue ball comes off of the rack and actually hits a rail. Because then that's when the side spin is actually going to take effect. The only thing that I'm really concerned about with the cue ball going into the rack is if it's spinning backwards or if it's spinning forward or if it slides into the rack, because that's where the main reaction of how the cue ball is going to react off of the rack. But the like I said, the side spin is only going to come into play if the cue ball comes off of the rack and then hits a rail. That's when the side spin will come into play. Let's see. Thomas Monrad Erlandson, I hope I said that correctly. You're saying maybe a dumb question. Questions are never dumb. You're asking a question because you might not know something. And if you don't know it, you don't know it. That's fine. You're trying to learn something. Let's see, but I see that you're using the same cue to break in this game. Do you use less force? So yes, because in this game here, you don't really break as if you're breaking a 9 ball rack or an 8 ball rack or a 10 ball rack, especially if you have a good angle for the cue ball to go off of the breaking ball. So, like most of the time, I try to get uh, behind the ball, behind the breaking ball, so that way I have this back cut angle. So that way the cue ball naturally goes into the rack, and when that happens, then you're just going to get a fairly decent spread. Tanmay could have used a little more power on the last rack. Oh, are you talking about so the last rack? You're talking about where the cue ball stuck. More than likely, because when it basically stuck to the 10 ball, if I'd have had just a little bit more power, then it probably would have pulled itself away from the 10 ball. So I mean, more than likely, since the cue ball stuck to the rack, more than likely I either needed to um, use more draw or try to hit harder, just to have a better effect than what I had. Tanmay, you're asking how many balls ahead should you see on an 8 ball game? It depends. I mean, a lot of scenario questions in games are always going to be it depends, and the biggest factor that makes it depend is going to be your skill level. So, like, if you have a decent skill level, and I don't even, I consider myself a decent player. I don't really categorize myself as a good player, but in 8 ball, I normally can see like an entire 8 ball pattern route that I would end up taking, and that's even if there's a couple of clusters on the table, because I would try to plan out how I'm going to break up the clusters, et cetera, et cetera. Because otherwise, if you can say to yourself that that you just can't run, like if all 7 balls are on the table and you just can't run them, you can't run them, then you're only going to plan so far ahead. But at the same time, when you're playing 8 ball, I've said this numerous times, is that you don't want to just make the balls that you can make and then just figure out what to do with the balls that you can't make, because what you ended up doing was you've made the table easier for your opponent that you're about to give, right? Because if you can't, if you're looking at a 7 ball layout and all the other balls are still on your opponent's balls are still on the table, and you're like, okay, look, I can make 4 out of the 7. I don't know what I'm going to do with the other 3. Well, if you go ahead and peck off those other 4, you have to at least try to hit one of your remaining 3, so that way you don't commit a foul. But then that means your opponent comes to the table with 4 obstacles gone. So therefore, their table is just a little their routes or their layout is going to be a little bit easier. So you got to be careful when it comes to you saying, like, hey, I can make 5 out of 7 balls, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. And then you start realizing real quick, if you did that, then you're chasing after the last 2 balls that you're trying to make, because you have to wait for your opponent to miss just to have a chance at being able to shoot the last 2 remaining balls. So, how many balls should you plan ahead? I mean, it depends. It really does depend. Let's see here. Chip Sounder, how's it going? Tanmay, how would you compensate playing on an old cloth? And MDU's answer is buy new cloth. Well, I'm assuming you're talking about playing at a public pool hall, public bar, or whatever. But I mean, you just have to adjust. I mean, I can't give you a definitive answer, right? Because I don't know how the table plays like at all. But the generic answer is you just have to adjust, and you have to remember that your opponent is playing under the same condition. So you're both on the same battlefield. So it's just going to be a matter of who can adjust the quickest. Like that's really what it's going to boil down to. There's really nothing more you can do with that. Let's see. MDU, you said you disagree for the side spin. Reaction to throw effects, the cue ball equal and opposite. I know what you mean by that, because like you're talking about like when I put bottom spin on the cue ball, I'm going to transfer top spin to an object ball. If I'm going to put left spin on the cue ball, I'm going to transfer right spin to the object ball. And you're not wrong with that, but I just don't see how side spin is going to affect the rack. Like when I'm trying to bust into the rack, like I don't think side spin is going to really matter. What's really going to matter is how I strike the rack. So when I'm coming in, I'm trying to hit, head on into a ball if I can. I don't think I really want to split the cue ball between two balls as I'm going into the rack, because I think that's what causes the cue ball to stick to the rack. But if I try to go flat into a ball, I either go directly flat into the ball, or I catch a little bit underneath that ball or a little bit above that ball. And based on those three scenarios determines like, do I want the cue ball spinning forward, spinning backwards, or sliding into the ball? And I think the rule of thumb is if I know that I can go flat into a ball that's into the rack, I want to stun into it. So that way, hopefully I hit that ball as flat as I can and kind of bounce off of it to where there's going to be a little bit of space between the cue ball and the rest of the rack as balls are being spread around. If I'm hitting the bottom portion of the ball that I'm coming into, then I probably want to draw into it so I can just pull the cue ball away from the rack. And then if I'm hitting the top portion of the object ball, then I will want to use top spin so that way I can kind of just force the cue ball to go over to the side rail. Oh, let's see. Jim Hooland, when you get to the third rack and miss the break shot, shouldn't your score be 29 at the start of the third rack? And then bang time pull is correct. Every rack is worth 14 points. I mean, think about it. Like every time I start, I have 15 balls on the table. One ball's out of the rack. I shoot that ball in, break all the balls out, and then when I have one ball left, I go and re-rack the other 14. Well, if I have one ball left before I re-rack, that means I've scored 14 points. So every rack is worth 14 points. So the moment I finished the second rack, I was at 28. So if I miss the ball that's in the third rack, the break shot that's in the third rack, then I only score 28. If I at least make it and then don't make anything after that, then that would be 29. Let's see here. Thomas, you're asking me, is it different to play on diamond tables for you? I have problems with deep pockets. Any tips? I mean, you've identified your problem. You have a problem with you have a problem with pockets that have deep shelves. The only thing you can do is be more accurate. Like I mean, as simple as I make that sound. I'm assuming when you're saying you have a problem with deep pockets, is that you're used to playing on tables that have smaller shelves, meaning that as you come past the points of the pocket, the pocket is there sooner, and so the deeper the shelf, hence deep pockets, which means you have to get past the points, past the jaws of the pocket before the ball can actually fall. And if you have issues with that, then like that question is like asking me, how do I adjust playing on 4-inch pockets? I mean, you just adjust. Like that's the only thing that you can do, because otherwise the other answer would be don't play on 4-inch pockets, right? It makes it a little bit easier or it is that generic of an answer to go along with that. Ross Marino, you're asking me how long have I been playing pool? 24 years, because I started when I was 17 and I'm currently 41, and I'm still learning. I'm still learning how to play this game. Every single solitary time I get on the table, I'm learning something new. And every single day that I play, I learn something new. 10 May. When I play with some players, subconsciously you feel like you're going to lose. How do you get rid of this problem? Well, again, you identify the problem. So therefore, you start to face the problem, because the situation that you're talking about there is that you are defeated before the game even starts. Right, when you already feel like you're going to lose your match, I mean, you've pretty much lost before the first rack is even broken. All you can do when you especially when you know that your opponent is much better than you, right? I mean, it's reasonable to say like, yeah, the likelihood of you winning is very small. But the best thing you can do is play your best. I mean, are you still going to lose? Okay, sure, because the player is much better than you, right? Fine. But if you're playing your best and you still lose, well, then yeah, that means you got outplayed, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine because you're playing someone that's better than you. It's certainly better than playing scared and making all kinds of mistakes and just giving racks to your opponent, right? That's really the only thing that you can do. I mean, if you're playing someone that you know is better than you, then you have to play smarter, you have to play safer, but don't play scared. Go for shots that you feel are really good percentages for you to be able to go for, and then play safe when you're faced with a difficult decision. And if you mess up your safety, I mean, you mess up your safety. That's no different than messing up a shot. But as long as you're playing your best, or you feel that you're playing your best, and you still lose, well, that's a loss that I think you should be okay with, because it's certainly better than just trying to make one hard shot after another and then just make a mistake, and then all of a sudden you leave the table for your opponent to just run, right? Because that's you allowing your opponent to win, and you really don't want to do that. Roland Starr, you're asking me what happened to my hand. I got bit by a bug. Showed this off at the very beginning of the stream. You should be able to see the inflammation that I have right here. And actually, you can kind of see maybe the whelps of or the whelp of whatever it was that bit me, like right around here. And so it's a little difficult to actually like make a tight fist, because like my skin feels stretched. I feel a lot of pressure when I close my hand. So when I'm playing, I'm really only kind of like cradling the cue in my hand. So I have a very loose grip, which is what a lot of pool players like to promote. Like when you're playing, like always play with a loose grip. Well, I certainly have a loose grip tonight. Tanmay, weird question, but how do you deal with players judging and getting pissed when you play safe frequently? How do I deal with them? Tell them to get on the rack, because if they're getting pissed, that means they're losing. At that point, I don't care. I'm trying to win, right? And and then there's like the purist players, right? The purist players will sit there and say like, you shouldn't play defensively, blah blah blah, or whatever. You should go for every shot. I mean, okay, fine. You can certainly do that, but that's like telling a football player that you should just run in a straight line, right? I mean, like, come on, like you're trying to win, so you're gonna do everything fairly. You certainly don't want to cheat, but you're gonna do everything fairly to be able to win. And if you can control the cue ball and the object ball to go into a pocket and play position, you can certainly control the cue ball and the object ball to play some sort of a defensive shot. And nonetheless, if they can't win because you're doing that, well, then they have a hard time admitting that you're better than them. That's what it's going to boil down to. It just doesn't matter, right? So if they're getting pissed because you're playing so many safeties, well, when the rack's over, tell them to get on the rack because they lost. Otherwise, get off the table. Let's see, boss man. I'm right-handed, but my left hand won't close the way it should. Kind of like what your hand is doing after being bitten, but my guiding hand won't close very good. What do you say? So if you're right-handed, that means you're talking about your bridge hand. I would assume. And if you can't close your bridge hand, like to make a closed hand bridge, then your only alternative is to do an open hand V bridge. Like that should be pretty much your only alternative to go for that. Let's see here. All right, I really don't see any other questions from here. If there are questions and I did miss them, like I only scroll back up through the chat only so far. So when I come back to do another break, feel free to retype your question. Don't spam your question. That's the least thing I can ask for. I'm not going to be able to always catch every question that's in the chat, but I try my best. But let's go through another round of attempts. I said I really like my average right now. I like the way that I'm playing, all things considered. These racks are. I'm getting through these racks with pretty decent control, pretty decent plans and patterns, and as long as the break ball is the ball that's ruining my layout or ruining my points or my run, then I'm okay with that. As long as I got through the rack, I'd rather have that than miss a ball that I shouldn't be missing, like the six attempts in rack one that I've already done. Yuck. This is horrible. This is really horrible. I'm stuck on the 5 ball. Like, this is really horrible. This is probably the worst break that I've encountered because I am stuck on the 5 ball and I can't see anything. Yeah, there's literally nothing I can do. Is this a thing? Like, am I gonna be able to do this? 14 ball, side pocket. Everybody's like, what? Oh, I missed it. The idea, I should have called the 8 ball. The idea was that the 14 ball would clip the 1 and then hopefully clip the 6 and then go in. But I didn't even hit the 7 ball. All right, so that's a 1. But that's still better than a 0. I don't want any zeros. And I'm glad that here I am about to jinx myself. I'm actually glad that I haven't had any zeros yet. Anybody that's been with this series long enough knows that I've had long stretches of getting plenty of zeros during my attempts, which means I don't even make the opening break shot. And that's when I was That's also when I've been experimenting with a lot of different break shots. Trying to figure out like what's going to be the best one to start a high run with. And so far, this has been the best one. Or maybe I should say this has been the most consistent one. Hit that too hard. Trying to get to that 13 ball because that's one of my problem balls. That might have been a mistake. All right, that'll work. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, let's have a look here. What am I dealing with? Alrighty then. Not the smoothest of breaks. And it's one of those things like, do I hit this harder, make the cue ball come down here, and then bounce back up? Like, that's something I'm constantly trying to learn. Like, really, like, how to actually hit that rack. Because you would think, like, I should be smashing the crap out of that break ball and just, like, really trying to spread the rack open. Ew. Crap. No matter what route I take, my break ball, which is the 13 ball, is in jeopardy. If I shoot the 7 ball, I mean, I might be able to avoid hitting it because of the 9. But then if I shoot the 15, I can try to run into the 12. But then from the 12, I'm probably going to have to use the 13. I don't think I have a choice here. I think I have to do this. Okay, well, I avoided it, but did I just ruin my chances? Does the 14 ball go? It does. Okay, so I'm still alive. I'm still alive. When am I going to come down here and deal with this 12 ball? Crap. I was hoping to not bump the 8. Well, whatever. That was not the best thing. So like I said, it all goes downhill because I touched that 8 ball. All right, so what is that? That's 9. There's 6 down there. Plus the 4 that I have, that means 20. Uh-oh. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, and then then of course that 15 ball gets in my way. And I can't even man, another low rack. Let's see if I can find something. I can't tell if I can hit the 13 ball past that 15, but I guess that's what I'm going to try. Off the 15? Oh, come on. Yeah, so obviously the last thing I want is for my cue ball to go behind the rack like that, because then that's when it can really get stuck. And actually, wow, I actually overcut the. I didn't think I could overcut into the rail. I thought I would either just skim past the 15 or run into it. I could actually overcut it the way that I did. All right, that's a little better. Well, I'll have to deal with the 1 ball now. Oh, geez, really? Yeah, I'm okay with that friend little bump. Y'all should know that that's my break ball. Ah, slow down. Wasn't entirely sure if that was the right way to hit it. Oh, did I get stuck to the 6? I did. Trying to get position for the 14. Man. Oh well. Like I said, I don't have problems making shots. I just have I have problems playing good patterns. But I turned the 3 ball into a really good break ball, and the 2 ball is a good key ball. So now I just gotta clean this crap up. Oh, it doesn't matter if I miss. Ah, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Let's see, 14 plus 4. That's 18. Blah. And that was me playing an elevated shot because I wanted to stun into the cluster when I probably should have just made the darn ball. And then just still deal with whatever I would have gotten. Ew. Yuck. Doobie-doo-doobie-doo.
have hit that one a little too soft. Yep, because I ain't shooting the 5 now. But it's probably a good idea that I get this 4 out of the way. That way I can make the 15 later. Now I can shoot the 5. Oh, I don't. Oh, man. The more I thought about it, the 10 ball is supposed to be my key ball to the 2 ball, but I might have to use my 10 ball to get down here for the 7. The more I think about it, forgot about that part. Yep. Yep. Oh, my goodness. That was dumb. That was really dumb. Yeah, bad transition from the 10 to the 7. That's my fault. Obviously, it's my fault. 4, 7. There's 8 down there. Again, yuck. Man. These are some not so decent breaks that I'm getting here. Let's see here. Wow. Okay. I should have made that one. Is it time to change up my break? Well, hello there. You come to grace everybody with your presence? Just gonna hide down there? Now, even that is gross because like the whole rack opens up like that and doesn't really like leave me many options. Hmm. Instinctively, I almost want to switch to left hand, but I can't. Not tonight, at least. Actually, the more I think about it, is this the right shot? Let me check these out. Yeah, never mind. This isn't even the right shot. It's the shot that I was playing position for, but it's not even the right shot, as far as I'm concerned. This is a better shot. Hmm. That's not going to give me enough of an angle. Yeah, the angle's too sharp. It's a dangerous shot if I decide to take it. Boy, are my options running thin. Oh gosh, where do I shoot this? Come on, come on, come on. I don't think that's going to be enough, but we're going to work with it. We're going to work with it. I would really like to be much closer to that side pocket. Much, much closer to the side pocket. All right, so this is one where it looks like I have to go to the back of the rack. So I want to try to hit around the 7 or the 12 if I can. Because if I hit around the 10, the cue ball's not coming loose. So kind of like that. What do we do? Boy, I tried to barrel my way through that. Looks like I got a little fortunate. Goodness gracious, look where my bridge is. It's past the joint. Ah. So you can see how, like I said, you definitely see how useful this thing is. Now I'm afraid I'm about to ruin my break ball here, but maybe another one will develop. Almost time to replace this spot. It's starting to come up a little bit. I guess maybe I should have hit that one a little harder. Just a little bit. Oh, come on. And I got shape on the 7 ball. That's 10 more. 24. Man, now I'm having problems getting out of the second rack. Yeah, I don't even would I have not touched the 11 ball? Like that's the question. All right. And then what the heck do I do from there? That doesn't avoid the scratch. Yeah, like that's what I would have had. Like if that ball would have just dropped, that 9 ball would have just dropped. Like that would have been it. That would have been on to rack 3. But no. What the heck is all that? Golly. Yuck. Hmm. That's better. Just that minor little adjustment. Oh, that was stupid. I don't know why I did that. That was dumb. Why did I do that? 15 ball, cross-side. Overbanked. I shouldn't have even done that. I don't know what compelled me to want to break that ball that cluster up. That's just a 5. Impulse decision and not a well thought out decision. It's breaks like these that almost make me want to use a magic rack. Like that's just ridiculous. Cross side. Ah, I only did that so I can hold this position. I didn't really want the cue ball moving. Man, and I developed that 9 ball into a good break ball too. All right. No matter what, I was probably still better off just cutting that ball into the side pocket and just flaring the cue ball anyway. But I overbanked it. So that's. I didn't think I was going to overbank it. If anything, I thought I was going to underbank it. Oh my gosh. Oh, come on. I thought I hit you harder than that. Oh, well, we're going to have to work with it. I'm supposed to be straight in on this 11 ball, not have this small back cut angle. But I hit that last shot too soft. But that was a fairly fun rack to solve, that's for sure. All right. Now I'm left with a much harder shot than I would like. Decent. Got no choice but to work with it. Mm. Wow, what a mess. Mm. Well, kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of. Whoops. Maybe I tried too soon. Maybe that was just a little too soon. Oh, come on. Really? Ah. What is that? There's 7 down there. 21. Come on, lots of second racks now. Let's get into that third and fourth rack. God, how did I overcut that? I tell you what, let me get to that fifth rack just once. Just once. Not so good of a start. Lots of stuff I got to clean up. Ooh. Really, Chris? Oh, that is frustrating. That is frustrating. Okay. Let's try to cross bank the 7. Barely missed it. Golly, how did I not get position to the 7 off of that ball? It was a rail shot. I should have gotten instant position. That's a 9. Oh, come on. Give me a break here. All right. Which one do I want to use? Oh, man. Whew. All right. That took a lot more work than I thought it was going to. Okay. Didn't really see that happening. Come on. I was supposed to be set up for the side pocket. Now I got to go to the corner. That actually worked out pretty good. Made the 10 ball better since I grazed it. So that actually benefited me. Gosh, you gotta be kidding me. That hurts. Oh, little little premature excitement stroke there. 28. Oh my gosh. Man. And I can say like that was I wanted to blast into the rack since I had a really good angle. Like I should have just ugh, I should have just shot the darn ball and just take what I can get. Oh gosh. Whoops. Should have just shot the darn ball and take what I get. Like why what compelled me to just want to force that shot? That's what I get to that's what I get to battle with myself now is when I go back and look at this live stream and I look at that shot, like what compelled me to want to hit the rack so hard when all I should have done was just shoot the ball? Man, that's a bit disappointing that I did that. And I should know better too. All right. I'm pretty sure that that last one got me flustered. So I need to calm down. I was feeling really good about that run until that miscue. So I need to dial it back a bit. Because as I said before, misses like that are not the types of things I want to end my run. Either miss the break ball or not get a decent spread because I didn't get the correct angle on the break ball. Like those would be the reasons why I want my runs to come to an end. Not because of a silly mistake like that. Well, that's cool. That was a mistake. Oh, mistakes were made. Oh gosh. One mistake. And then I couldn't recover. I didn't even get shape. Too much spin. I was trying to get position for that 6 so that way I can get the rest of the rack solved. So that way the 2 ball could go after that. I just played terrible position off of the short rail. Too much side spin. But then I can probably also look at my pattern and go, yeah, there was probably a better pattern that I could have played as well. Yuck. Man, certainly thought the cue ball would move more than that. What that was all about. Oh, man. That's a 4. So that's where you hear, like, if you hear me say something like that, that's pretty much where I know that I've made a mistake, and I'm trying to recover, and I failed to recover. But like I said, I still think I'm a little flustered. So now I'm just gonna start voicing my thoughts again, because that's gonna force me to slow down. Man, it seems like over time, like these breaks are getting worse. All right, so 10 ball is probably the break ball. I definitely got to figure out how to clean this up. But really, the 10 ball is what helps me clean this up. So I probably have to develop a different break ball. I mean, I can probably get position on the 4 at some point, or like I can shoot the 4 now, but I almost feel like shooting the 7 now just so I can deal with that trouble ball. This is a troubled ball because it's on the rail. Maybe the 6 will be a break ball, and I can use the 10 to separate the 1 and the 13. That's risky. I don't think that's going to do anything. If I try to shoot the 9, I mean, at the very least, I can probably try to get position for the 4. Or just baby the ball. Man, that was not the greatest of shots for sure. 6 ball. All right, I at least got the 13 loose. Now if I can just make the 4, then I should be fine. But the more I look at this, the more I feel like I have to use the 10 to get there. The 5 can also be a break ball. I just have to make sure I move the 11 out of the way. Oh, I hit that too hard. 6, 9. That's a 6. Okay. So I think right now I'm currently looking at the 6 ball, even though it's a little high. Any one of these can possibly become a break ball the moment I start bumping them around, because I'm going to have to bump them around. And so this, and this are basically my issues. So after that, it should be okay. Well, I'm supposed to draw back a little bit. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, so the 15 ball is going to allow me to open that up a little bit. So let's go ahead and play this guy. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so it looks like the 6 ball still has to be it as far as I'm concerned. Don't really see an alternative. It's almost like a drill, huh? Ooh. I'm on the inside, so it looks like I'm gonna have to draw into the rack. I needed to hit it just a tad bit harder. Just a tad bit harder so I can be on the inside. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That's just uncalled for. Like, seriously. All right, I'm going to call the 5 ball in the corner pocket. All right. Whew. Let's see now. How do I keep this rack alive? Maybe the 3 ball, and I can leave the 2 ball alone, because the 3 ball goes, and that's going to cause me to run right into everything. When do I get to the 3 ball? Do I play this 15 now, or do I save it? I think I need to save it. Yeah, I think I need to save this ball. Oh, great. I just closed the 3 ball by doing that. All right. Well, this is a shot that has come up before. I'm going to try to basically hit the rock from behind and see what happens. All right, so I think that means the 1 ball is going to be the break ball. So slow down. Oh, man. I was trying to get position for the 15 ball. I don't know. I don't think that shot's there. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Come on! Oh man, 27. Oh, geez, what is that? That's 28 attempts. Let's take a break. Oh, how did I? Oh, that's so frustrating. That is so freaking frustrating. Oh, all right, all right. Man, that is so freaking frustrating. Look at what we're looking at here. 28 attempts. 17 times I didn't get out of the first rack. 8 times I made it to the second rack. That second rack keeps going up almost on every session. And then 3 times I got to the third rack right there. That should have been actually that 2 should be a 7, and then the 3 should be a 4. Oh man. Oh, that is so frustrating. Still holding above 60%. It's sitting at a 62% for being able to make all the balls, a total of 588 of them. And I made 367 of them and maintaining an average of 13. Whew. So, man, the consistency of me maneuvering that cue ball around is still good. Oh, let's see here. What's everybody talking about? I want to see another spam bot. Let's get rid of that. How many? Ooh, I've been okay. I normally try to do at least three good sets of attempts before I reach the 4 hour mark. So this is probably going to be a short break because I'm coming up on the 4 hour mark already. So how's the hand holding up? Well, it actually feels like it's throbbing a little bit, especially like when I hold the hand down and the blood from the arm can flow down into the hand. But if I hold my hand up, it actually doesn't feel all that bad. I wanna scratch it, but that's why you kind of see me kind of like just doing this or whatever. But it's holding up just fine. Let's see. Total MD, you're asking about the total ball percentage. If you played only 14 balls all the time, you'd be around 100%. If you make 15 balls all the time, you would be around 55%. How does that make sense? So the way this works, when you think about it, if I make all 14 balls, then I'm currently in the second rack, right? So therefore, I that one attempt would have 28 balls, and say I missed the 15th ball, right? So therefore, I have a score of 14 out of 28. So just from that first attempt, I would be shooting at 50%. But then if I go into the second rack and miss like 17, or get to 17 or 18 or whatever, then I would have that percentage out of the 28. But then the moment I make it to that third rack, then I've got what is it? 40, is it 42? Yeah, then I've got 42 of total balls that I could have made during that attempt. And if I fail to reach it, then that's basically where the percentages are coming from. So that it's the same calculated logic that I'm using to know where I'm getting at on each of my attempts. That's why I know 17 times I did not get out of the first rack since I never scored above 14 points or more. So if I score 14 but less than 28, then I know that I'm not getting out of the second rack. But if I score 28 but less than 42, then I know I'm not getting out of the third rack, etc., etc., etc. So what about all the 13s? So if you think about it, if all I'm doing is scoring 13s, yeah, so that would be like the extreme case of how all that would work. But Yeah, no, okay. So that would be only an extreme case of what you're talking about. Because ask yourself, am I always going to be making 13 out of 14 balls every single solitary time? So if I did that, that would be that would be in an extreme case where I would probably be somewhere in like the 90% of being able to pocket balls, since I'm not getting out of the first rack. But in the grand scheme of things, that's not going to happen, right? Especially since I'm not going to purposely allow that to happen, right? I'm either going to get into the second rack or I'm not going to get into the second rack, and that's where the numbers, especially in the long run, will start to pan out. Because if you also look at the if you also look at the three attempts that I did with shortstop Bob, right? That's skewed. The standard deviation of that percentage is skewed way off to the right because I only did three attempts, and the first attempt was that 48. So that skews the percentage all the way over to the right. While the next two attempts were like low. I don't even think I got to the second rack, and so it kind of pulls it back a little bit. So of course, like this has to run or each of my numbers have to run in the long haul. And so when you take realistic numbers of what I'm actually trying to do, there should be a natural standard deviation of how the percentages are going to calculate themselves out. Because otherwise, I wouldn't know how else to calculate it. Because it's not like I'm setting myself up for like a predetermined total score. All I know is that if all I'm doing is failing by not getting out of the first rack, and I'm always scoring 13 out of 14 balls, well then yeah, that would be basically a bad statistic. But you can see at least here that isn't the case of what's happening. Like the numbers themselves are actually panning out. Get rid of another spam bot. You feel that the stats shortchange me? I mean, I put some thought into the logic. I think the logic makes sense as to how all of that stuff is calculated. I totally understand what you mean that if every one of my attempts was 13 out of 4 was is where if every one of my attempts all I did was score a 13, then the stats would make it look like I'm shooting great when in reality I'm not. But considering that that's not what's really going to happen in my attempts here, it was the best way for me to mathematically calculate all the percentages. Oh, to give the equal offense rating a try. I mean, that's something I could probably do maybe in a future stream. I have to go back and read the rules on it. Something about how often can you get to 20? And if I remember correctly, it's just break the balls open, like rack all 15 balls, break the balls open like an 8-ball rack, basically. Run down to the last ball, rack them up, and then try to get to 20. After that, like use the break ball and then try to at least get to 20. I think that's how he explained it. So I mean that's certainly something that I can try. Let's see here. Any other questions? Hey, Loping CSF, thanks for stopping by, man. Have yourself a good night. Will, you're asking me how do I think I would do at the Billiard Expo Amateur Tournament? Honestly, I have no idea. It'd be something that I would have to eventually put on my like pool career bucket list or whatever. Because like I said, I'm not fond of traveling for tournaments, like traveling out of state for tournaments at the moment. I just can't justify the cost of plane tickets, hotel fees, food and essentials stuff, for a tournament that's going to cost me $100 or more or something to potentially go to and out. Like if I thought if I was at least in the 700 Fargos, I might have a different attitude about it. But it's certainly something that I would have to consider in the future as long as I can continue to show progress and get better and better. Oh, I honestly don't know. Okay, well, so I honestly don't know what type of talent actually shows up there. I mean, there'd be no other better way for me to find out than to actually do it and see what I can get out of it. That's for sure. All right, so I'm gonna go for a few more attempts because like I know that my Bluetooth microphone only has like a 4 hour and 30 minute lifespan, so I might only do like maybe just a handful of attempts here before I shut the stream off. This was looking good until that six ball came up there and married up right next to it. Well, I wasn't really expecting that. I was hoping to run into the seven. I just turned the eight ball into a really good break ball if I can get the two and the six out of the way. That might not have been the smartest thing in the world to do. They're not frozen. All right, 10 ball. Oh, I was hoping I got better position on that two ball, but maybe I can do this instead. Oh well. Let's see if I can do this right. Yeah, kind of, sorta, kind of, sorta. We will work with that. Oh, all right. Well, glad at least I got a shot at the 3 ball. Just think how bad that actually is. That like the cue ball just gets stuck like that. Okay, what do I want to do here? That is the question. Man, I really wish I would have cleared this out first before I decide to do what I'm thinking about doing. Because I got position on the 11, that gives me position on the 15, and that allows me to open this up. But if I open this up, I clutter that up. So that's probably something I don't want to do. But I might also not have a choice at this point. If I didn't get the greatest of leaves here. Like even that, like 2 ball. Didn't have much of a choice there. And this is ugly. My goodness. What am I gonna do here? Why couldn't you do that last time? You had to catch the point of the pocket. Man. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Wow. Okay. That's not quite what I had in mind. Don't really like that shot at all because it disturbs my break ball. That kind of leaves me no choice but to try to do this. Ah, God! Ah! After I made that one shot in the corner there and got into the middle of that cluster, like I thought it was golden after that. So I've got 5 on the table. That's 10 left. That's 24. So the average is starting to come back up. Hmm. Interesting. So that wasn't the most idealistic shot to play there. Hmm. So focused on this end of the table, almost forgot about these two guys. Oh, so much for that. I'm trying to get position on the 11 ball so I can peck off the 1 and the 6. This changes things a lot. I'm still not getting there. I keep trying. Because I've been trying to preserve that 10 ball, but now I might have to move it. Well, I made this a lot harder than it should be, for sure. Oh, especially if I miss. I got the position on the one ball. That's an 11. But one thing I'm certainly grateful for is no zeros. Don't really like the ones that I've gotten, but sometimes that can't be helped. Sometimes that can't be helped. Ooh. All right, I got to get the 14 out of the way, and I can probably turn the 7 or 10 into a decent break ball. The heck did I just do? That wasn't smart. I'm forcing myself into a combo scenario. I could possibly use the 12 ball as a break ball, but it's pretty far back in the rack. I needed to get flatter than that, so I'm going to try to gently bump past the 10. Because I'm no choice but to do this combo. Oh, come on! 12. So how would I have gotten position on the 10? Not like that. All right, 12 on that one. Uh-oh. Oh, gosh. That was scary. Oh, man. Okay, phew. Thought I was going to bump into the 3 ball, and the 3 ball right now is a really good break ball. But now I got to figure out what to do with this. I mean, even the 7 ball is a decent break ball. That was not smart at all. Because of that. All right, so now I have to move my 3. Ah! I was afraid of that just because I wanted to move something out of this. So that's only a 4 on that one. All right, what are we sitting at? 32 attempts. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna give y'all 3 more attempts. So I'll try to make them good. I'll try to make them good. I'm about to keep checking my streaming software to see if my microphone cuts out or not. It's a nice flat break I got there. Oh, I hit it too hard. I was trying to get position on the 5. I have to shoot it now, but then that means because I'm hooked behind everything. Ah, now I have to move my 8 by doing this. Okay. Whew. I actually didn't expect to get the draw action that I got off of that ball that was on the rail to to end up with an ending pattern like I did there. That that seemed strange. But hey, it worked. It worked. Do I open it up again? I don't think so. I don't think that's the right choice. What is the right choice in this spot, though? This is awkward. What do I do here? I honestly don't know. That was probably not the right choice, and I did it anyway. And of course, I don't have a shot. Let's try to bank the 7. Now what? This just keeps getting worse and worse. It's definitely like a nightmare. Like seriously, I don't know what to do here. I've already done some fancy shooting. What in the world do I do here? 6 ball, corner pocket. I didn't get in there. I tried to just billiard all the way to that 11 ball. Couldn't do it. Uh, 3 more. That's a 17. Yuck. Man, I hit that like a baby. And I undercut that one. Gosh. This is where I can say fatigue starts to settle in. 7. That's an 8. Because I hit that shot going down table like a baby. I should have came off that short rail to where I didn't have to do a back cut on that 14 ball. All right, folks, though, this is going to be my final attempt. So I'm going to try my best to make it a good one. Man, I got a mess to solve, too. Whoops. 10 in the side. Ah, gosh. How much time do I have? All right. 2, was that 3, 6, 9? That's a 6. I'm not at the 4 hour and 30-minute mark yet, so y'all are in luck. It's like, yep, I had to rail first that one. Okay, it just made the 5 ball a really good break ball, so that's a good thing. Ah, whew. Have to use extra spin just to slow the cue ball down. Well, okay. Hmm. Oh, come on. All right, that's where I'm going to call it quits. Man, I felt like I was in free stroke mode at that point. So that's plus three more. Ah, 17. All right, folks. Well, of the 36 attempts that I was doing, or that I did, 22 times I could not get out of that first rack. Oh, that's pitiful. I want that number to start coming down, but I do like that the number of times I get into the second rack is going up because I think this is the most that I've had so far with it being at an 11. And then, of course, three times that I was able to get to the third rack, still being able to keep a 63% of being able to make the balls that are basically available. So we understand the dilemma that MDU was talking about, to where, like, if I continuously score 13 out of 14, I'm never getting out of the first rack. So my percentage is going to be rather high. But when you also think about it in the long run, that percentage is going to start dropping more and more, because 13 out of 14 is whatever that is. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but 26 out of 28. And then every time, like, the maximum number is going to slowly but surely start scooting away, which means the average is going to start getting just a little bit lower and lower each time. So I think realistically, like, the calculated average here pans out pretty good as far as I can tell, but still holding an average above 12, all things considered, with the hand that I'm actually playing with. So can't really complain about that. It's just got to be one of those things where I have to make sure I figure out how to get on that break ball, and just really get the rack open, because I think as long as I do that, that's when I can start getting some scores. And all of that, I think, still kind of evolves around my pattern plays, because I mean, heck, I think y'all see, I can make some ridiculous cut shots. My banks are pretty decent. So I usually have a pretty decent time of, or I shouldn't say time, decent attempts at recovering, getting back in line, and then once I'm in line, then I start to actually start pushing some numbers from there. But all in due time. Let's see. I'm probably not going to be able to live stream tomorrow, so I will probably, I don't know if y'all can see the cat. The cat's getting excited. I'll probably be back. Oh, bye. I'll probably be back maybe on Monday. Sunday I have BCA League that I got to go play in, and so yeah, I think Monday is probably going to be the next time I try to come back at this. So yeah, so real quick, do remember to check out the pinned comment that I have here in the live chat. That is a product review video that I have on the Predator BK Rush Jump Break Q. That is a Q that I am giving away to a lucky subscriber once that video reaches 25,000 views. So yeah, help me get that video up there by sharing it around. Share it on your favorite social medias and stuff, and then be sure to follow the instructions that are at the end of it if you're already not aware of it, so that way you have the possibility of maybe winning that queue. And then, of course, we're still waiting until around March 5th.
that's when I will select the winner of my 75,000 subscriber special giveaway. There is a live stream that I have of that, so be sure to go check that out if you haven't seen it already, and follow the instructions that are in that one as well. So I currently have two giveaways going on right now. So, like I said, it's just my way of showing my appreciation for the support that everybody gives. And so, here I am trying to put on a show. I feel like I'm starting to become more of a live streamer now instead of a content creator. But I guess live streaming is also considered content creation. But I gotta eventually figure out what's my next recorded video that I'm going to do. But we'll figure it out from there. I have to go rest my hand. I actually probably want to put some ice on my hand because it actually has been throbbing the past couple attempts. But no excuse. I'm still here to play. So I want to thank everybody that has kept up with me this far. I see that I got 100 likes on this live stream, which is super awesome. Thank you for everybody that popped in and out of the stream. I'm always grateful when people stop by, and anybody that comes and watches the recast. Thanks for at least watching, especially after I go through and timestamp everything, so it's a little bit more easier to jump around the live stream and actually watch everything. So yeah, this is pretty much going to end it for the night. So one last time, thank you all very much, and have a good night.